Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. Black Ice Horizon. Colonel Austin Mills was already losing control of the boarding operation when the ice cracked in a perfect circle beneath his boots. He froze, not from fear, from training. 43 seconds of EVA remained before his suit's thermal shielding would fail this close to the sun. The ice beneath him shouldn't exist at all. Not here. Not at .2 astronomical units, where solar radiation could vaporize steel. Yet it did. Through his helmet's polarized visor, the sun consumed half the visible universe, a white gold furnace that made his retinas ache even through triple-layered filters. The other half belonged to the object, 70 kilometers of engineered frost rotating with deliberate precision, its surface the color of charred bone. Colonel, we're reading thermal fractures propagating from your position. Lieutenant Hannah Idris's voice crackled through solar interference. She was 20 meters away, mag-locked to the same impossible surface, her silhouette warped by heat shimmer. Recommend immediate extraction. Mills studied the circle forming beneath his boots. The crack wasn't random. The edges were too clean, too geometric, like the ice was opening. Negative. Hold position. He keyed the general channel. Pathfinder 9. Confirm visual on surface anomaly. 3 seconds of static. The delay felt longer. Confirmed. Actual. Captain Spencer Pittman's voice from the distant ship carried forced calm. We're seeing it. Whatever that is, it wasn't there 6 minutes ago. Mills' HUD flickered. Solar radiation spiking. His suit compensated, rerouting power from secondary systems. The temperature display climbed. 340 Kelvin, 350, 370. The circle finished forming, 10 meters in diameter, perfectly round. Then the ice inside it simply retracted, not melting, not shattering. It folded inward like living tissue, revealing a hatch of black alloy that absorbed light so completely it looked like a hole cut from reality itself. Jesus Christ, Major Kieran Young's voice came from the perimeter, where the security team maintained overwatch. Mills, tell me you're seeing this. Mills was already moving toward the opening, his boots crunched across frost that shouldn't exist, toward an entrance that had recognized them, or been triggered by them. The science team would want to study the mechanism, document the process, wait for orbital analysis. Mills thought of the salvage operation, the 2 astronauts who died while he waited for better data. Pittman, prep the boarding contingent, 95 personnel, full tactical loadout. We're going in. Sir, we haven't... That's an order, Captain. This object just invited us inside. I'm not waiting for it to change its mind. Mills stared into the darkness beyond the hatch. His own reflection stared back from his visor. A ghost superimposed over the void. We establish a foothold, secure the perimeter, and figure out what the hell this thing is before solar radiation cooks it into scrap. Silence on the channel. Then, understood, Colonel. Boarding party mustering now. ETA 12 minutes. Mills mag-locked himself beside the hatch and checked his oxygen reserve. 37 minutes remaining in his tank. Beyond the opening, darkness extended downward. Or was it upward? His spatial orientation system couldn't determine which direction gravity would pull inside. Lieutenant Idris drifted to his left, her geological survey scanner painting useless data across her forearm display. The ice composition is wrong, sir. It's not water ice. The molecular structure is... I don't even know what I'm looking at. It's like someone engineered it atom by atom. Engineered for what? Protection, maybe. Ablative shielding against solar radiation. but the thermal transfer properties don't make sense. This should have sublimated weeks ago. She looked up at him, her eyes visible through the visors. Transparency. Sir, this ice wants to be here. Mills watched the perfect circle of darkness. Somewhere in his chest, beneath the rational framework of his training, something ancient whispered warnings. He ignored it. Then let's find out why. 90 minutes later, 95 personnel crowded the breach point. Mills had divided them into 3 elements: security under Major Young, science under Dr. Annika Bose, and engineering under Lieutenant Commander Shaw. Captain Pittman coordinated from Pathfinder 9, maintaining the link between the boarding party and home. Home. Mills checked the timestamp on his HUD. They'd been away from Earth for 7 months. Home was a moving target. All elements, radio check. Security, check. Science, check. Engineering, check. Mills activated his helmet lamp and descended into the hatch. The beam cut through absolute darkness for 3 meters before striking nothing. The light simply stopped, swallowed by whatever material composed the interior surfaces. His brain struggled to process depth. The corridor, if it was a corridor, seemed to curve away at angles that shouldn't be geometrically possible. His boots found purchase on the interior surface. Gravity reasserted itself, pulling him toward what his body decided was down. The sensation was subtle but wrong, like standing on a floor tilted 5 degrees off true, constant enough to notice but too slight to measure. Gravity present, he reported, approximately 0.8 Earth normal, orientation stable. The boarding party followed him down, their helmet lamps creating a constellation of useless light in the consuming darkness. Every beam terminated after a few meters, absorbed by walls that didn't reflect. Dr. Bose drifted past him, her scanner sweeping methodically. I'm getting structural readings, but they don't make sense. The walls are metallic, but there's organic compounds mixed into the lattice. And... She paused, tapped her display. There's heat. Uniform thermal signature throughout. This thing is warm. How warm? 18 degrees Celsius. Room temperature. Mills felt his chest tighten. It's been dormant for how long? Based on the ice accumulation pattern? Thousands of years, minimum. Then why is it room temperature? Bose didn't answer. The corridor. Mills had decided to call it a corridor despite its impossible geometry, widened into a chamber. His helmet lamp swept across walls that curved upward and inward, creating a space that felt simultaneously vast and claustrophobic. The ceiling, if there was one, remained invisible beyond the reach of light. Perimeter secure, Young reported. His security team had fanned out in tactical formation, weapons trained on empty darkness. No contacts, no movement, no energy signatures beyond baseline thermal. Mills checked his tactical display. The boarding party had spread throughout the chamber, small clusters of blue indicators against a black wireframe map that updated in real time from their combined scanner data. The map was wrong. The chamber's dimensions shifted depending on which angle the scanners approached from. Walls measured 3 meters thick from one direction, 7 meters from another. The space itself seemed uncertain. Bose, are we looking at spatial distortion? Possibly. Or our instruments aren't calibrated for whatever physics govern this structure. She knelt beside a wall, running her gloved hand across its surface. The material is responding to contact. Temperature increase of 0.2 degrees where I touched it. Mills felt the wrongness intensify. A structure that maintained room temperature after millennia. Walls that warmed to touch. A hatch that opened without visible mechanism. This wasn't derelict. This was waiting. All personnel maintain. The ice sealed behind them. Mills spun toward the entrance. Through the hatch opening he'd been able to see stars, the distant silhouette of Pathfinder 9, the omnipresent. Glare of the sun. Now he saw smooth black alloy, seamless and complete, as if the entrance had never existed. Pathfinder 9, do you copy? Static. Pathfinder 9, confirm reception. More static, then Pittman's voice cut through, distorted and broken. Reading massive power spike inside the hull, energy signature consistent with... The transmission died. Mill's HUD flickered. His tactical display fragmented, reformed, fragmented again. Around him, 94 other suits experienced the same cascade failure. Emergency lighting activated across helmets, bathing the chamber in emergency red. Major Young's status. Sir, I'm reading gravitational anomalies throughout the structure. Magnitude increasing. This is... The floor tilted, except it didn't. Mill's inner ear screamed orientation warnings while his eyes reported perfect horizontal stability. Gravity pulled in two directions simultaneously, down toward the floor and sideways toward the wall on his left. His stomach lurched. Around him, personnel staggered. Someone vomited inside their helmet. Someone else collapsed as their equilibrium system overloaded. Everyone, maglock to the nearest surface, now. Mills activated his boot magnets and felt them engage with the floor. The dual gravity sensation intensified. He was standing on stable ground while simultaneously falling sideways at terminal velocity. His brain couldn't reconcile the input. The chamber brightened, not from their helmet lamps, from the walls themselves. Bioluminescent veins traced patterns across the metallic organic surface, pulsing with soft blue-white light. The patterns weren't random. They formed networks, circuits, something that looked disturbingly like neural pathways. "It's waking up," Dr. Bose whispered. Her voice carried across the general channel. "We're inside something that's waking up." Then the constructs emerged. They materialized from the walls, not stepping through, but forming from the material itself. Humanoid shapes composed of the same metallic organic substance, their surfaces rippling with those same bioluminescent patterns. No faces, no weapons, just smooth, featureless forms that moved with liquid precision. "Weapons free," Young's voice cut through rising panic. "Security elements, establish firing lines." "Belay that," Mills countermanded. "Nobody fires unless fired upon. These could be autonomous systems, maintenance protocols." One of the constructs reached toward Lieutenant Idris. She screamed and backpedaled, lost her magnetic footing, and tumbled into zero gravity that suddenly existed 3 meters above the floor. The construct followed her into the impossible space, moving through layered gravitational fields like they were water. "Idris, activate maneuvering jets!" She twisted in mid-tumble, fired her suit's emergency thrusters, and shot toward the far wall. The construct adjusted trajectory with inhuman precision, closing the distance. Young fired. The electromagnetic pulse round struck the construct's center mass and passed straight through, impacting the wall behind it with a shower of sparks. The construct didn't even slow. Suppressive fire, all elements. The chamber erupted in strobing muzzle flashes. EM rounds, plasma bolts and concussive charges filled the space with light and thunder. The constructs moved through the barrage untouched, phasing in and out of solidity. Mills watched his tactical display fracture further. Blue indicators scattered across the wireframe map as personnel broke formation, pursued by constructs that ignored every physical law he understood. This wasn't combat. This was chaos. All elements. Fall back to... He checked the map. There was no secondary position. The entrance had sealed. There were 95 people trapped inside something that didn't want them here. Defensive perimeter. Form on my position. The security team rallied, creating a ring around the science and engineering personnel. The constructs stopped advancing. They hovered at the perimeter's edge, bioluminescent patterns pulsing in synchronization. Waiting. "Cease fire," Mills ordered. "Everyone, cease fire!" The shooting stopped. In the sudden quiet, Mills heard breathing, 95 people pulling oxygen from tanks that were now finite, with no clear path to resupply. The constructs didn't attack. They simply observed. "They're not hostile," Bose said quietly. She'd maglocked herself to a wall, scanner still sweeping despite the chaos. "Look at the pattern. They're mirroring our formation. Defensive posture, not offensive." They chased Idris. No, they intercepted her trajectory. She was moving towards something. Bose checked her scanner. There, that wall panel. It's different from the others. Higher energy signature. Mills followed her indication. 20 meters away, barely visible in the bioluminescent glow, a section of wall carried denser circuit patterns, a control interface. "Security. Maintains perimeter. Science team, on me. We're accessing that panel." Young grabbed his arm. "Sir, those things nearly killed." "They didn't kill her, Major. They stopped her from hitting the panel, which means the panel matters." Mills met Young's eyes through their visors. "We're not fighting our way out of this. We're thinking our way out." He mag-walked toward the panel, painfully aware of the constructs tracking his movement. They shifted position as he moved, maintaining precise distance, escorting him. The panel's surface carried symbols that hurt to focus on, geometric forms that seemed to rotate through dimensions Mills couldn't perceive. But beneath the alien script, he recognized something, a handprint, 5 fingers, human scale. "They expected us," he said. "Impossible." Bose had joined him, her scanner painting the panel with analysis data. "This structure predates human spaceflight by millennia." Then they expected someone. Mills placed his gloved hand against the print. The panel activated. Light flooded the chamber. Not bioluminescent glow, but stark white illumination that revealed the true scale of the space. They were standing in a nexus chamber 50 meters across, its walls covered in shifting displays showing star charts, genetic sequences, and information Mills' brain couldn't categorize. At the chamber's center, a holographic projection formed. A sphere. Dark, airless, dead. Overlaid with mathematical projections showing atmosphere composition, temperature curves, orbital mechanics. A planet. "That's a restoration projection," Bose breathed. "Terraforming parameters, biosphere development timeline. This is a..." Captain Soto stared at the tactical display, his mind refusing to process what the sensors were reporting. "Sir, the object is..." Lieutenant Jones's voice cracked. "It's generating a gravitational field, magnitude increasing exponentially. This is..." The ice-covered hull began to glow, not from heat, from something else. Space itself warped around the 70-kilometer mass, stars bending and smearing like paint on wet canvas. "Get them out," Soto ordered. "Emergency extraction. All boarding personnel now." "Sir, we've lost all communication with the boarding party. The gravitational distortion is..." Space screamed. Not sound. Something deeper. The fabric of reality tearing open around the alien vessel. Through the bridge viewport, Soto watched the impossible happen. The object folded into itself, not shrinking, inverting. As if space had decided the vessel no longer belonged in this dimension and was surgically removing it from existence. Stars swirled, light bent into spirals. The sun's glare fractured into prismatic shards. The entire structure moved, not physically. Mills' body reported perfect stability. But outside, beyond the walls, beyond the impossible ice shell, something fundamental changed. His inner ear registered acceleration that shouldn't exist. His stomach dropped into freefall, while his boots remained magnetically anchored. "Pathfinder 9!" Mills shouted into his comm. "Pathfinder 9, report status." Nothing. Not even static. And then, gone. The alien craft vanished. No explosion. No debris. No radiation signature, just empty space where 70 kilometers of ice and metal had existed 3 seconds ago, taking 95 people with it. No, Soto whispered. Around him, the bridge crew sat frozen, staring at empty space. No, no, no. Sir, Jones's hands shook over his console. Gravitational residue analysis suggests a spatial translation event, wormhole mechanics, but nothing like our theoretical models. It just... He looked up, his face pale. It took them. Somewhere else. Somewhere not here. Soto activated ship-wide comms, his voice steady through sheer force of will. All hands. The boarding party has been displaced. Approximate displacement. Unknown. We are commencing search and rescue operations immediately. Space Force. Command will be notified. We will find them. He cut the channel. Through the viewport, the sun burned with indifferent brilliance. The empty space where 95 people had been mocked him with its silence. How far? Soto asked quietly. Best guess. How far did it take them? Jones studied the sensor logs, his expression growing more horrified with each calculation. Sir, the energy signature suggests light years, hundreds of light years, maybe more. I don't... His voice broke. Sir, we can't reach them. Even if we knew where they went, we don't have the capability to log the gravitational residue, Soto interrupted. Every data point, every anomaly. If that thing can punch holes in space, maybe we can track where it went. Get me everything. Yes, sir. Soto stared at the empty void. 95 people, gone in 3 seconds, and somewhere, impossibly distant, impossibly lost, they were still alive, still breathing, still waiting for rescue that might never come. Find them, he whispered to the darkness. Please, God, let us find them. Mill's comm crackled with a final burst of static. Pathfinder 9's signal. Doppler shifted beyond recognition. Then nothing. The walls had stopped their violent pulsing. The bioluminescent veins stabilized into steady blue-white light. Then the stars appeared on the walls, real-time feeds showing space beyond the hull. The sun was gone. The familiar stellar background had vanished. In its place, alien constellations, utterly unknown. And directly ahead, filling the primary viewport, a rogue planet, dark and frozen, illuminated by artificial suns that burned with structured white light. No, Young's voice carried hollow shock. No, no, no. We jumped, Bose said. She'd pulled up the navigation data from the panel, her hands shaking. Gravitational translation, instantaneous spatial displacement. We're not in the solar system anymore. Through the neural interface still partially active from Mill's hand. On the panel, he felt the ship's awareness. Distance travelled, 412 light-years. Duration, 2.3 seconds. Crew status, viable, 412 light-years, in 2 seconds. Mill's mind struggled to comprehend that distance. Even at light speed, it would take over 4 centuries to travel that far. Pathfinder 9 would search for them. Earth would send rescue missions. But by the time any signal reached them, everyone he'd ever known would be dead of old age. They saw it happen, Lieutenant Idris whispered. Her voice carried the weight of sudden, terrible understanding. Pathfinder 9. They watched us disappear. They're going to think we're dead. We might as well be, someone said. Mill stared at the impossible planet, at the artificial suns, at the terraforming projections still floating in holographic precision. Behind them, the constructs had vanished. Ahead, the Cedar vessel began its automated descent toward the dead world below, and 95 personnel equipped for a 4-hour boarding operation watched their home disappear across interstellar distance. Mills checked his oxygen reserve. 23 minutes remaining. Through the wall displays, he could see Pathfinder 9 in his mind, still orbiting the sun, sensors screaming with gravitational anomaly data. Soto ordering search patterns for a crew that no longer existed in their universe. They would search for weeks, months, and they would never find them. "We're alone," Mills said quietly. Through the chamber, 94 other people felt the same truth settle into their bones. No rescue, no support, no way home. Just 95 humans, an alien ship with inscrutable purpose, and a dead planet waiting below. The Cedar's bioluminescent veins pulsed once, not hostile, not comforting, simply stating fact, mission continuing. The oxygen alarm started 17 minutes after the jump. Mills silenced his suit's audible warning, but the HUD display remained, a pulsing red indicator showing 11% remaining in his primary tank. Around him, 94 other helmets flickered with the same death sentence. "Sir, I'm reading atmospheric composition in the adjacent chamber." Lieutenant Commander Shaw's voice carried forced calm. She was the engineer, the one who'd kept Pathfinder 9's life support running through 3 near-catastrophic failures. Now she was analysing alien air with equipment designed for human systems. Nitrogen-oxygen mix, roughly Earth standard. Pressures low, maybe 0.7 atmospheres, but breathable. Contamination? Mills watched the holographic planet rotate before them. The artificial suns had stabilised into a synchronised orbit, painting the dead world in geometric light patterns. Unknown. I'm not detecting biologicals, but my scanner's not calibrated for... Best guess, Commander. Silence. Then, "If we don't crack our helmets in the next 8 minutes, the guess won't matter," Mills studied the chamber. The walls had stopped their bioluminescent pulsing. The constructs hadn't returned. The space felt dormant again. Not dead, but waiting. Always waiting. "Major Young, select 3 volunteers. We test the air." Young's helmet turned toward him. Even through the polarised visor, Mills felt the glare. "Sir, we don't know. We know we're suffocating, Major. Pick your people." Young's jaw worked behind the transparent faceplate. Then he gestured to 2 security personnel and moved to join them himself. "Not you," Mills said. "I need you functional if this goes wrong. Stay suited." He watched 3 volunteers step forward. Corporal Davies, Specialist Banks, Ensign Okoro, all young, all aware they might be breathing poison in 30 seconds. Mills walked to the wall panel and placed his hand against the interface. The surface warmed under his glove, responding. "Requesting atmospheric equalization," he said to no one, to the ship, to whatever intelligence governed. This place. Nothing happened. He pressed harder, willing the ship to understand. The panel's symbols shifted, rotated through configurations that made his eyes water. "Please," he whispered. A seam appeared in the wall, not the entrance they'd used, that remained sealed. This was new, a vertical split that widened into a doorway. Beyond it, another chamber, smaller, illuminated by the same blue-white bioluminescence, and breathable air, if Shaw was right. Davies, Banks, and Okoro exchanged glances. Then Davies stepped forward and broke his helmet seal. The hiss of equalizing pressure sounded obscenely loud. Davies took a shallow breath. Another. His face contorted as his body waited for burning, freezing, poison. Nothing. "It's..." He breathed deeper. "It's stale, like recycled air, but it's air." Banks and Okoro cracked their helmets. 3 people breathing alien atmosphere synthesized by a vessel older than human civilization. All 3 remained standing. "Fuck it!" Young reached, up and broke his seal. "If we're dying together." The next 2 minutes became a cascading wave of helmet seals breaking, 95 people gasping recycled oxygen that tasted like metal and ozone and something else, something organic they couldn't identify. Mills was the last. He broke the seal and pulled the helmet free. The air was cold. It carried a scent like thunderstorms, like electricity meeting water. Every breath felt borrowed. All right. He maglocked his helmet to his belt. We're alive. Now we figure out where the hell we are. Dr. Anika Bose had commandeered the wall panel, her fingers dancing across symbols she was learning to interpret through trial and error. Each touch produced a response. Star charts, energy diagrams, biological matrices that scrolled past faster than human cognition could process. It's a navigation archive, she said. Her voice carried the flat affect Mills recognised. Pure analytical focus, emotion compartmentalised until later. I'm accessing jump logs. The vessel has made, Jesus, thousands of jumps, tens of thousands. Can you plot a return vector? Pittman's voice crackled through the helmet comm units scattered across the floor. The signal was weak, distorted, but present. Pathfinder 9 was trying to reach them across interstellar distance. I don't even know where we are. Bose pulled up a star chart. This doesn't match any stellar cartography in our database. We're not in local space. We might not even be in the same galactic arm. Then access the propulsion system. If it jumped us here, it can jump us back. Bose's fingers stopped moving. The propulsion system is offline. Post-jump cooldown cycle. Estimated reactivation, 71 hours. 71 hours. Mills did the math. They'd brought rations for a 4-hour boarding operation. Water for 6 hours, maybe 8 if they stretched it. They had 95 people and enough supplies to sustain maybe 20. Inventory, he ordered. Everything. Food, water, medical supplies, ammunition. I want a complete resource assessment in 30 minutes. Captain Pittman moved through the crowd, organising personnel into work details. That was his gift, making chaos into structure through pure social engineering. People gravitated toward him without realising it, seeking stability. Mills envied that. His own authority came from position, from rank. Pittman's came from something deeper. The inventory results arrived in 27 minutes. Lieutenant Idris delivered them, her datapad showing numbers that confirmed Mills' worst fears. 18 MREs, 42 protein bars, 9 water pouches. She scrolled down. Medical supplies are better. We've got combat trauma kits, antibiotics, radiation meds. But food... She met his eyes. Severe rationing gets us maybe 48 hours. And the propulsion cooldown is 71. Yes, sir. Mills studied the holographic planet. It was closer now. The vessel was descending, on some predetermined trajectory, pulling them toward the frozen world with its artificial suns and empty oceans. The ship brought us here for a reason, he said. Maybe that reason includes keeping us alive. Or maybe, Young said from behind him, it doesn't give a shit if we starve. 6 hours after the jump, the artificial suns began to flicker. Mills was trying to sleep when the light dimmed. Not gradually. It cut from full illumination to half strength in a single pulse. His eyes snapped open. Around him, the boarding party had distributed themselves throughout the chamber, claiming whatever space provided the illusion of privacy. Some slept in their EVA suits. Others had stripped down to the thermal underlayers, using the suits as makeshift bedding. It looked like a refugee camp. The suns flickered again. Through the wall displays, Mills watched the massive orbital emitters pulse with arrhythmic light. On the planet below, clouds that had been forming in geometric patterns began to dissolve. Bose! He found her still at the control panel, her eyes red-rimmed from sustained focus. What's happening to the suns? She didn't look up from the data streaming across her screen. They're destabilizing. The terraforming sequence initiated automatically when we entered orbit, but something's wrong. The system keeps aborting and restarting. Her fingers flew across the interface. It's looking for something, some kind of input parameter it can't locate. What parameter? I don't know. The symbols are... They're not language exactly. They're more like emotional concepts rendered as geometric forms. This one, She touched a pulsing glyph. I think it means harmony, or alignment, or collective understanding. But it could also mean neural integration or consciousness fusion or... English, Doctor. Bose turned to face him. Her expression carried something Mills had never seen on her before. Fear. I think the ship is trying to interface with us, cognitively, and when it can't establish the connection, the terraforming systems fail. Mills felt cold spread through his chest. Interface how? I don't know, but until it succeeds... She gestured at the flickering suns. We're watching a planetary biosphere die in real time. 12 hours after the jump, the first person tried to force entry to the propulsion core. Mills was rationing water pouches when the alarm sounded, a low harmonic tone that resonated through the walls themselves. Not threatening, just informative. The ship telling them something had changed. Major Young came sprinting from the corridor they designated as aft section, his sidearm drawn. "Sir, we've got a situation. 3 personnel attempted to breach what looked like an engine access panel. The ship..." He paused, breathing hard. The ship responded. Mills followed him through curving passages that still defied spatial logic. The corridor seemed longer going this direction than returning. Gravity shifted subtly underfoot, never quite settling into consistent down. They found the scene in what the crew had started calling the propulsion gallery, a vast chamber where walls displayed energy flow diagrams that pulsed with impossible physics. Specialist Rourke, Ensign Martinez, and Corporal Williams stood frozen against the far wall, not pressed there by force, held there by the wall itself, which had extruded organic metallic tendrils that wrapped their limbs and torso in gentle but absolute restraint. The 3 couldn't move, but they could breathe, could speak, could turn their heads to watch Mills approach. "Colonel," Rourke's voice shook, "we were just trying to access the propulsion system, override the cooldown, get us home before..." The floor beneath them shifted, not violently, more like a patient teacher correcting a student. The tendrils tightened fractionally. "Before we run out of food," Rourke finished quietly. Mills studied the energy diagrams. They showed a propulsion system unlike anything in human engineering, gravitational manipulation on a scale that treated stellar masses like handles, and at the centre, a countdown. 68 hours, 42 minutes, and 17 seconds. 68 hours until reactivation. "Dr. Bose, can the ship understand us? Is there a communication protocol we're missing?" Bose had followed them in. She approached the wall displays carefully, scanner active. "I think it understands intention more than language. When you asked for air, it provided air, but you asked cooperatively. You didn't try to force it." She looked at the 3 restrained personnel. "The ship is non-hostile, but it's also non-negotiable. It has a purpose, a mission architecture that predates human existence. And we're..." She searched for the word. "We're unscheduled variables. Can you ask it to release them?" "I can try." Bose placed both hands against the wall beside Rourke. She closed her eyes, her expression shifting into something Mills couldn't quite read. Concentration, meditation, prayer. The tendrils loosened. Slowly, like reluctant fingers unclenching, they withdrew into the wall's surface. Rourke, Martinez and Williams stumbled forward, gasping. "How did you..." Mills started. "I stopped thinking in commands," Bose said. "Started thinking in requests. Cooperation instead of control." She looked exhausted. "I don't think this ship was built for a hierarchical species. The neural patterns it's scanning for, they feel communal, collective." Mills thought of military chain of command, of rank structure, of the entire cultural framework that had gotten them to space in the first place, all of it useless here. "Then we learn to cooperate," he said. Young stepped forward. "Sir, with respect, we can't just..." "Yes, we can, Major. because the alternative is starving while we stare at a propulsion system we can't hack. Mills addressed the whole group. This vessel isn't our enemy, it's our only chance of survival. So we figure out what it needs, and we provide it. And if what it needs, Young said quietly, is something we can't give? Mills had no answer. 20 hours after the jump, Callum Page found the biome vaults. He'd been exploring alone, a violation of safety protocols, but Mills had stopped enforcing those around Hour 15. With 95 people and limited space, regulations gave way to necessary chaos. Page returned to the main chamber with his eyes bright, his movement animated in a way Mills hadn't seen since before the jump. You need to see this. All of you. He led a group of 20 through corridors that seemed to anticipate their movement, walls shifting to create clearer passages. They descended, at least the sensation was descent, through 3 levels into a chamber that made Mills' breath catch. It was massive, cathedral scale. The ceiling rose 50 meters overhead, covered in bioluminescent veins that pulsed like a heartbeat. And throughout the space, vaults, hundreds of them. Cylindrical chambers made of the same metallic organic material, each one sealed and filled with something that glowed faintly green. Genetic archives, Page breathed. He was moving between vaults like a pilgrim approaching shrines. This is a seed bank, but not like anything we've built. These aren't frozen samples, they're living matrices, microbial colonies in suspended development, genetic templates for entire ecosystems. He stopped before one vault that stood taller than the others. Its glow pulsed brighter, more urgently. Symbols scrolled across its surface, the same geometric concepts Bose had been deciphering. This one is activating, Page said. The ship is preparing to deploy it. Deploy where? Mills asked. Page pointed down. Through transparent sections of floor they could see the planet below. It had grown massive in their descent, filling the viewport. The artificial suns burned steady now, no longer flickering, and across the planet's frozen surface, structures, massive towers of black alloy, rising from ice plains. They were growing, extruding from the ground itself like plants reaching toward manufactured sunlight. Terraforming pylons, Bose said. She'd pulled up planetary scans on her portable display. They're seeding the atmosphere with processing compounds. Temperature is rising. Ice is melting at the poles. The ship is waking this planet up. How long? Mills watched clouds form in real time, swirling around the growing towers in mathematically precise patterns. At current rate, full atmospheric stabilization in 72 hours. The same time frame as propulsion reactivation. Not coincidence. Design. So we're watching the birth of a new biosphere, Page said softly. We're inside a vessel that resurrects dead worlds. This is the most significant discovery in human history. This is a trap, Young said. We're being held hostage by a ship that's forcing us to participate in its mission while we starve. It's not forcing us. Bose had moved to one of the vaults, her hand pressed against its warm surface. It's inviting us. The neural harmonization it keeps scanning for. I think it needs conscious participation, willing integration. It can't complete the terraforming cycle without sentient input. Input for what? Decision-making, adaptation. Life isn't mechanical, it's responsive, creative. I think the ship needs living minds to help shape what kind of biosphere develops down there. She turned to face them. We're not prisoners, we're collaborators. We're dying, Young countered. 42 hours of food remaining. This ship might birth a new world, but we won't live to see it. Mills studied the genetic vaults, hundreds of them, entire ecosystems suspended in biological potential. What if the ship can provide food? He looked at Page. You said these are living matrices. Could we? No, Page's voice was sharp. These are genetic archives of extinct species, civilizations that died millions of years ago. If we disrupt them, we could destroy the only record of their existence. Better than destroying ourselves. Is it? Page met his eyes. We're dying of hunger looking at the Library of Alexandria, and you want to burn books for warmth. The chamber fell silent except for the pulse of bioluminescent light. There has to be another way, Mills said. But his voice carried no conviction. 36 hours after the jump, the ship made its choice. Mills woke to darkness. The bioluminescent veins had gone dark. Around him, 95 people stirred in the sudden absence of light. Then, illumination. But not from the walls, from the floor. A holographic interface materialized in the chamber's center, 10 meters tall, rotating slowly. It showed anatomical diagrams, human anatomy, neural pathways, brain structures, and overlaid across it all, the same geometric symbols Bose had been studying. It's offering us something, Bose said. She approached the hologram carefully, her scanner painting data across her forearm display. It's a neural integration protocol, a way to interface directly with the ship's cognitive systems. Mind control, Young said. No, cooperation. It's showing us how to communicate more effectively, how to participate in the terraforming process. And if we refuse... Bose pulled up new data from the planetary scans. The artificial suns destabilized again an hour ago. The terraforming cycle is failing. Without neural integration, the ship can't complete its mission. She paused. And without completing its mission, it won't reactivate propulsion. Mills felt the trap close. Not hostile, not violent, just inevitable. If we integrate, he said slowly, if we give the ship what it needs, can it provide food? Water? Bose studied the holographic interface. I think so. It has fabrication systems for building terraforming infrastructure. If it can grow genetic matrices, it can synthesize nutrients. Or it can kill us trying to upload our brains into its alien OS, Young said. Sir, this is insane. We don't know what that interface does. It could lobotomize us, turn us into biological processors, delete everything that makes us human. He wasn't wrong. Mills looked at the hologram, at the neural pathways highlighted in blue-white light. This was the choice. Trust an ancient alien intelligence with their consciousness, or die of starvation watching a planet resurrect itself. Not really a choice at all. I need a volunteer, Mills said. Sir, Young started. Someone needs to test the integration, confirm it's survivable before we risk the entire crew. Mills studied the hologram. Dr. Bose, you understand the system better than anyone. If this goes wrong, you'll be able to pull the plug. Will you monitor? Of course. Her voice was steady, but her hands shook slightly as she activated her scanner. Then I'll... No, Captain Spencer Pittman stepped forward. You're the commanding officer. We can't risk you. I'll do it. Captain. Sir, we both know if this fails, the crew will need your authority to hold together. But if it succeeds, they'll need someone they trust to vouch for it. Pittman's expression was calm. That's not you. That's me. Mills wanted to argue, but Pittman was right. Young grabbed Pittman's arm. Spence, you don't have to... Yes, I do. Pittman smiled, tired and genuine. Someone has to go first. Might as well be me. He approached the holographic interface. The symbols shifted, reforming into something that looked almost like an invitation. A section of floor rose beneath Pittman's feet, forming a platform. How do I... he started. The platform answered. Tendrils extended, not aggressive, not restraining. Gentle. They touched Pittman's temples, his forehead, the base of his skull. His eyes went wide. Then he screamed. Bose's scanner went wild, displays fragmenting across error warnings. Neural activity spiking. He's experiencing massive sensory overload. Pittman's scream cut off. He stood perfectly still, eyes open but unseeing, the tendrils pulsing with bioluminescent light that matched the rhythm of his heartbeat. "His vitals are stable," Bose reported. "Elevated heart rate but not dangerous. Brain activity is..." She paused. "It's not human normal. He's experiencing distributed cognition. His consciousness is extending into the ship's neural network." "Pull him out," Young ordered. "I can't. The system won't release him until integration completes." They watched Pittman stand motionless for 17 minutes. Around them, 94 people held collective breath. Then the tendrils withdrew. Pittman collapsed. Young caught him before he hit the floor, lowering him carefully. Spence, talk to me." Pittman's eyes focused slowly. He looked at Young, then at Mills, then at the hologram still rotating above them. "It's not hostile," he said. His voice sounded distant, dreamy. "It's ancient. So ancient. It's been doing this for millions of years, travelling, finding dead worlds, bringing them back. It's..." He struggled for words. "It's lonely." "Lonely?" Mills knelt beside him. "It was built by a collective intelligence, a species that thought in harmonized networks, not individual minds. It doesn't understand hierarchy, doesn't understand command structure. It's been trying to communicate, but we're..." Pittman laughed weakly. "We're too separate, too individualized. It can't interface with minds that don't share thought." "Can it feed us?" Mills asked. "Yes. Once we integrate, once we show it, we can cooperate." Pittman sat up slowly. "But there's something else. Something it's trying to tell us." "What?" "The genetic archives aren't random. The ship has navigation logs, planetary designation charts. And Earth..." He met Mill's eyes. "Earth is in the database, listed as Restoration Candidate Site 731. The chamber fell. Silent." "That's impossible," Page said. "Human evolution is documented. We know our origins." "Do we?" Pittman's expression was strange, haunted. "The ship's logs show Earth was surveyed 4 million years ago. Something was seeded there. Something that led to us." "You're saying we're aliens?" Young's voice carried disbelief. "I'm saying we might be the product of a previous terraforming cycle, that whatever built this ship might have built us." Pittman looked around at the genetic vaults. "We're not the first intelligent species they've created. We won't be the last." Mills felt the ground shift beneath him. Not physically, conceptually. Everything he understood about humanity's place in the universe tilting sideways. "Sir," Lieutenant Idris approached, her datapad showing new inventory calculations. "Food supplies critical. We have maybe 18 hours left. After that, people would start dying." Mills looked at the holographic interface. At Pittman, who'd survived. Integration. At 94 people waiting for him to choose between starvation and surrender. "How many people would need to integrate?" he asked Bose. "Unknown, but based on the ship's neural pattern expectations, I'd estimate a significant percentage. Maybe 30, maybe 60. Enough to create the collective harmony it's scanning for." "Voluntary only," Mills said. "I won't order anyone into that interface, but I need volunteers. People willing to risk integration to save the crew." For a long moment no one moved. Then Page stepped forward. "I'll do it. I want to understand what this ship knows about life, about creation. I'll do it." Shaw followed. "If we're going to survive here, we need to understand the systems. I'm in." One by one they came forward. Scientists curious about alien cognition, engineers wanting to access ship systems, medical personnel hoping to synthesize food, and soldiers. Young security team following their commander's reluctant nod. 37 volunteers, more than a third of the crew. "All right," Mills addressed them all. "We do this together. We integrate, we establish communication, we convince this ship to keep us alive. And then, He looked at the propulsion countdown still visible on the wall displays. 62 hours, 14 minutes and 33 seconds. Then we figure out if we're going home. The holographic interface expanded, creating multiple integration platforms. The volunteers stepped forward, and as tendrils touched human minds, the artificial suns outside stabilized. The planet below began to breathe, and 95 people, stranded across interstellar distance, took their first step toward becoming something neither human nor alien. Something in between. 48 hours after the jump, the integrated started finishing each other's sentences. Mills noticed it during the morning briefing, except there was no morning here, just arbitrary wake cycles they imposed on eternal artificial daylight. Lieutenant Shaw was explaining the ship's power distribution when Dr. Bose spoke simultaneously with her, both voices overlapping in perfect synchronization. Thermal differential of 0.3 degrees per venting cycle. They stopped, looked at each other. Shaw's expression carried something between wonder and horror. "Sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to. Neither did I." Bose touched her temple. "But I could feel what you were about to say. Like the words were already in my mind." 37 people had integrated. 37 human consciousnesses now partially extended into the ship's neural network, and through that network, partially into each other. Mills watched them during meals, the integrated sitting together, passing food without asking, reaching for water pouches someone else needed before they vocalized the request. They moved like a distributed organism, not quite a hive mind, but no longer entirely individual. The unintegrated watched them with growing unease. "They're not human anymore," Corporal Davies said quietly. He sat with the security personnel who'd refused integration, their group shrinking into defensive clusters. "You see how they look at us? Like we're incomplete." Mills saw it. The integrated carried a subtle expression of pity when addressing the unintegrated, as if everyone who hadn't merged with the ship's consciousness was missing a crucial sense. "They're still our people," Mills said, but his voice lacked conviction. He was unintegrated. He'd chosen to remain separate, to maintain command distance. Now he wondered if that had been cowardice masquerading as leadership. 53 hours after the jump, the artificial suns began dying. Mills was rationing the last protein bars when the light dimmed. Not the pulsing instability from before. This was gradual, inexorable, like watching stars age in time-lapse. Through the wall displays, the orbital emitters had shifted from white to amber. Their light painted the planet below in shades of rust and copper. "What's happening?" He found Bose in the biome vault chamber, surrounded by 3 other integrated scientists. They stood in a loose circle, eyes closed, faces tilted upward as if listening to music only they could hear. "The terraforming cycle is failing," Bose said without opening her eyes. "The ship has established initial atmospheric conditions, deployed genetic matrices into the seeding zones, but the final phase requires..." She paused, searching for words. "It requires consensus." Consensus about what? About which template to deploy. The ship has archives from thousands of extinct species, different atmospheric preferences, different ecosystem architectures, different... Her eyes opened. Different ideas about what life should be. Mills processed that. So it's asking us to choose? It's asking us to harmonize a choice, to collectively determine what kind of world this becomes. Bose gestured at the genetic vaults, the tallest. One pulsed with urgent light. That vault contains the original restoration template, the one intended for this planet before we arrived. It's optimized for a silicon-based metabolic system. Humans can't breathe it, can't eat its organic compounds, can't survive long-term. Then we choose a different template. It's not that simple. The ship's entire mission architecture is built around restoring original planetary conditions. Deploying an alternative template means overriding millions of years of collected data, abandoning the archived species that should inherit this world. She met his eyes. The ship is having what I can only describe as a moral crisis. Around them, genetic vaults pulsed in conflicting rhythms, some fast and urgent, others slow and mournful. How long until the suns fail completely? 23 hours. After that, planetary temperature will drop below sustainable levels. The atmospheric processes will freeze. Everything the ship has built will collapse. Mills felt the trap tighten. And propulsion reactivation? 14 hours. But even if we can jump, we don't have supplies for the return trip. We burn through everything getting the integrated stabilised. They were going to die. Either here on a freezing rogue planet, or in transit back to a solar system they might never reach, unless they surrendered completely. How many more need to integrate? Mills asked quietly. Bose hesitated. The ship's neural modelling suggests everyone. Full crew harmonisation. It can't resolve the template conflict with a divided consciousness. You're asking me to force integration on people who refused it. I'm telling you the ship won't complete terraforming without collective agreement, and without terraforming, we all die. Mills looked at the unintegrated, 58 people who'd maintained their individual consciousness, their mental autonomy. Major Young led most of them, the security team that still believed force could solve this. "Give me time," Mills said. "Sir, we don't have—" "I said give me time, Doctor." 57 hours after the jump, Major Kieran Young attempted mutiny. Mills was sleeping, actual sleep, not the fragmented unconsciousness of the past 2 days, when Shaw woke him. "Sir, you need to come to the propulsion gallery, now." He followed her through corridors that had become familiar, the ship's impossible geometry no longer disorienting. He'd learned to read the walls' bioluminescent patterns, interpreting their pulse rates like emotional indicators. Right now, they pulsed rapid and red. Warning. The propulsion gallery had become Young's territory, where unintegrated security personnel maintained armed watch over the ship's core systems. Mills found 40 people there, weapons drawn, forming a perimeter around the central propulsion nexus. At the centre, Young, both hands pressed against the alien interface, his face contorted with concentration. "Major, step away from that panel." Young didn't move. "I've been studying this, sir, watching the integrated access ship systems. I think I can force a manual override, jump us back to solar coordinates without waiting for the cooldown." "You'll kill us all?" "We're dying anyway," Young's voice cracked. 60 hours stranded, no food, breathing recycled air in a ship that's turning our people into something not human. I'm not letting that continue. "Kieran, they're in my head, Mills." Young's hands shook against the interface. "When I sleep, I dream their dreams. When I wake, I catch myself thinking in their patterns. The integration is spreading. Another few days and there won't be any unintegrated left. We'll all be absorbed into that thing's neural network." "That's not how it works, isn't it?" Young met his eyes. "Ask Bose when she last had a thought she could confirm was entirely her own. Ask Shaw if she knows where her consciousness ends and the ship's begins. They're not people anymore, they're nodes in an alien processing system." The propulsion interface pulsed beneath Young's hands. Symbols scrolled faster, gravitational diagrams shifting through configurations Mills couldn't follow. "Sir, he's triggering a cascade response." Shaw's voice carried fear. "If he forces propulsion activation while the system's in cooldown, the gravitational shear will—" The ship responded, not with violence, with teaching. The floor beneath Young's feet transformed, not quickly, slowly, demonstratively, like a parent moving a child's hand away from fire. The metallic organic surface flowed upward, creating a barrier between Young and the interface. Young pulled his sidearm and fired. The electromagnetic pulse round passed through the barrier like it was smoke, The shot struck the propulsion interface dead center. Energy discharged, not explosion, implosion. A gravitational knot formed at the impact point, pulling matter inward with crushing force. Young screamed as the barrier yanked him backward, away from the collapsing space. Mills grabbed him, Shaw grabbed Mills, and they pulled together as the implosion expanded. 3 cubic meters of corridor compressed into a sphere the size of a fist. Then it stabilized. The gravitational anomaly froze, suspended in mid-air like a miniature black hole. And the propulsion countdown changed. 94 hours, 17 minutes, and 22 seconds, 94 hours. The forced activation attempt had damaged the system, extending the cooldown by another full day. No. Young stared at the countdown. No, no, no. You just killed us, Mills said quietly. We didn't have supplies for the original timeline. Now they had no chance at all. The unintegrated security team lowered their weapons. One by one they looked at Young, their commander who'd promised to save them, and saw only another man out of his depth. I was trying to help, Young whispered. I know. Mills gripped his shoulder. But we're past the point where force helps. We're past the point where individual action matters. He turned to address everyone in the chamber, unintegrated and integrated both. The ship isn't our enemy, but it's also not human. It operates on principles we're still learning, and every time we fight it, every time we try to force control, he gestured at the suspended gravitational anomaly. We make things worse. So what do? Corporal Davies asked. Just surrender? Let it turn us into hive mind drones? We adapt. Mills looked at the integrated, at Bowes and Shaw and Pittman and 34 others who'd already changed. They're not drones. They're still themselves. But they've learned to think beyond themselves. That's what scares me, Davies said. I know, it scares me too. Mills was surprised by his own honesty. But fear of change isn't going to keep us alive. Cooperation might. Young slumped against the wall, staring at the countdown he'd sabotaged. I just wanted to go home. We all do, Major, but home is 94 hours away now, maybe longer. And if we want to survive until then... Mills took a breath. We need to give the ship what it's asking for. 61 hours after the jump, Captain Spencer Pittman called an assembly. Not Mills, not command authority. Pittman, speaking through the organic social networks that had sustained crew morale since they'd left Earth 7 months ago. People came because they trusted him, because he'd been first to integrate, first to risk his consciousness for the collective good. The assembly gathered in the biome vault chamber, all 95 personnel, integrated and unintegrated, standing among genetic archives of extinct civilizations. Pittman stood before the tallest vault, the one containing the original restoration template. Its light pulsed red now, urgent and dying. We're out of time, he said simply. The artificial suns are failing. The terraforming cycle is aborting. In 18 hours, this planet returns to frozen death, and we freeze with it. No one spoke. The ship has given us a choice, not the choice we wanted, but a choice nonetheless. Pittman touched the vault. We can deploy the original template. Let this world resurrect according to its ancient designation. Then we die, because our biology is incompatible with silicon-based atmosphere. He moved to a smaller vault, its light pulsing soft blue. Or we can override the original template, deploy a hybrid biosphere that sustains human life. But doing so means... He paused. Means erasing the last genetic record of the species that should have inherited this world. We become colonizers, conquerors, everything humanity promised it wouldn't become when we reached for the stars. That's not a choice, Page said. His voice carried anguish. That's murder. Those vaults contain species that have been extinct for millions of years. We'd be committing cosmic genocide. We'd be surviving, Young countered. He'd barely spoken since the propulsion incident, but now his voice was steady. Those species are already dead. We're alive. That has to mean something. Does it? Page looked around at the vaults. We're 95 humans. Those archives represent thousands of species, billions of years of evolutionary development. How do we justify our existence at their expense? Because we're here. Shaw stepped forward. She was integrated now, her consciousness partially merged with ship systems. The original civilization that built this vessel, they valued life, all life. But they also understood that life adapts, evolves, competes. They wouldn't have built a system this flexible if they didn't anticipate variables like us. You can't know that, Page said. I can feel it. Through the ship's neural network. This vessel has encountered unscheduled variables before, dozens of times across thousands of restoration missions, and every time it's made accommodations, adjusted templates, blended ecosystems. Shaw's expression was strange, distant. We're not unique. We're just the latest iteration of a very old problem. That doesn't make it right. No, Mills said, but it makes it survivable. He'd been silent, listening. Now he moved to the centre of the chamber, standing between the vaults, between the choice that would define them. I'm not a philosopher, he said. I'm a soldier, and soldiers make terrible moral calculus. But I'm also responsible for 95 lives, your lives, and I won't apologise for prioritising them. He looked at Page. You're right. Deploying the hybrid template means erasing species that can never be recreated. That's a crime against cosmic heritage. It makes us colonizers in the worst sense. Then he looked at Young. But you're also right. We're alive. We have agency. We have the right to fight for survival. So what are you saying? Page asked. I'm saying this isn't my choice alone. It's not command authority. It's not military hierarchy. The ship has been trying to teach us that since we arrived. Mills gestured at everyone. This is collective choice, consensus, and it has to be unanimous. That's impossible, Davies said. You'll never get 95 people to agree. Then we die, Pittman said quietly, because the ship won't proceed without full neural harmonization, without everyone choosing the same path. The chamber fell silent except for the pulse of dying light from the vaults. I need to show you something, Bose said. She approached the main wall interface and pulled up navigation data. The ship's archive logs, planetary restoration records going back millions of years. She scrolled through star charts, each one marking a dead world brought back to life. Hundreds of planets. Thousands. Look at the success rate, she said. 87%. The ship has failed to restore 13% of designated targets. Why? Mills asked. Because the planets were already inhabited when it arrived. By species it hadn't anticipated. Unscheduled intelligence. Bose highlighted several logs. Here and here, worlds where the ship detected existing sentient life and aborted its mission. It left them alone, respected their claim to existence. She pulled up Earth's designation, Site 731. 4 million years ago, this ship surveyed Earth, designated it for silicon-based restoration, but it never completed the mission. Bose looked at Mills, because something was already there, something developing, something that would become us. The ship spared humanity, Shaw said softly. The ship recognized that intelligence has priority over archive preservation. Bose turned to Page. The species in these vaults are extinct, but we're alive, and according to the ship's own ethical framework, that matters. Page stared at the data. His expression crumbled. I want them to live, he whispered. I want those lost species to have another chance. I want... He pressed both hands against the largest vault, but they can't choose. They can't advocate for themselves. And we can. I'm sorry, Bose said. Don't be. Page's voice hardened. If we're doing this, if we're overriding the original template, then we do it right. Not pure human biosphere. Hybrid. We integrate as much of the original genetic matrix as our biology can tolerate. We don't conquer this world. We share it. Mills looked at him. You're agreeing. I'm compromising. Because compromise is the only moral position left. Page met his eyes. But if we survive this, if we build a civilization on this planet, we carry the memory of what we erased. Every extinct species in those vaults gets memorialized. Honored. We become their heirs, not their executioners. Agreed, Mills said. One by one, the others nodded. Scientists, engineers, security personnel, the integrated and unintegrated both, finding common ground in shared guilt and desperate hope. Except Major Young. Kieran, Mills approached him, this needs to be unanimous. Young stared at the countdown projection. 89 hours, 43 minutes and 11 seconds. I wanted to go home, he said. I wanted to report back to Earth. Tell them what we found. Let them decide what to do with it. But we're not going home, are we? I don't know. Yes, you do. Even if propulsion reactivates, even if we survive the jump back, we don't have supplies for the journey. We burn through everything, keeping the integrated stable. Young's laugh was bitter. We're colonists now, whether we want to be or not. Then help us be good ones. Young looked at him. What does that even mean? It means we don't take this world for granted. It means we build something worth the cost we're paying. Mills placed a hand on Young's shoulder. I need you, Major. I need your tactical mind, your discipline, your unwillingness to accept easy answers. We're about to become the founders of a new civilization. That's going to require people who ask hard questions. I'm tired of asking questions. I know, but I'm asking you to try. For a long moment, Young said nothing. Then slowly he nodded. Unanimous consent, Mills announced to the chamber. We deploy the hybrid template. We share this world with whatever can survive alongside us. And we remember what we're erasing. Bose moved to the wall interface. The ship needs integration to proceed. Full crew neural harmonization. The unintegrated shifted uneasily. 58 people who'd clung to individual consciousness, now facing the choice between merger and death. It won't destroy who you are, Pittman said. I'm still me, still Spencer. I just think bigger now, feel connected. It's not loss, it's expansion. Easy for you to say, Davies muttered. You're already one of them. One of us, Pittman corrected gently. We're all us. That's the point. Mills stepped forward. I'll go first. The unintegrated need to see command personnel integrate. He approached the holographic interface. It materialized a platform beneath his feet, tendrils extending toward his temples. The last time Pittman had screamed. Mills took a breath and let the tendrils touch his skin. The universe opened. Not physically, conceptually. His consciousness expanded outward like a shockwave, touching minds he'd known for months but never truly understood. He felt Shaw's engineering precision, Bose's analytical clarity, Pittman's social warmth. He felt 36 other minds, all distinct, all separate but also harmonized, thinking together without losing individual perspective. And beyond them, the ship, not hostile, not even alive in the human sense, but aware, conscious in a way that spanned millions of years, thousands of worlds, civilizations that rose and fell while it travelled the spaces between stars. It was lonely. That hit him hardest. The ship had been built by a collective intelligence that thought in unified networks. It had spent eons alone, carrying out its mission without companionship, without understanding. Now, for the first time in its existence, it felt 95 minds learning to think collectively. It felt seen, the integration completed. Mills gasped as the tendrils withdrew, but the connection remained. Softer now, background awareness instead of overwhelming presence. "Sir," Young approached carefully. "Are you—" "I'm still me." Mills looked at his hands. They felt the same, but his thoughts carried echoes now, reflections of the people around him. "But I'm also more than me." Young stared. Then slowly he stepped onto the integration platform. One by one, the unintegrated followed. Davies, Banks, Okoro, Martinez, Williams, Rourke. 58 people surrendering individual isolation for collective survival. The ship's bioluminescent veins pulsed brighter with each integration. The artificial suns outside stabilized, their amber light shifting back toward healthy white. And when the last person, Specialist Torres, a junior engineer who'd resisted longest, completed integration, the biome vaults responded. The largest vault opened, not the original silicon-based template, a new configuration assembled in real time from the ship's archives. Genetic matrices that combined extinct alien species with human-compatible biology. Atmospheric processes that blended oxygen-nitrogen ratios with trace compounds from a dozen dead civilizations. A compromise written in genetic code. The vault's contents deployed, not into the chamber, but down toward the planet below. Mills felt it through the ship's awareness. Genetic matrices scattering across the continents, microbial colonies taking root in warming soil, atmospheric compounds seeding clouds that had learned to rain. "It's working," Bose said, but her voice came from beside him and also from inside his thoughts, her wonder echoing through the collective consciousness. The planet is stabilizing, temperature rising, cloud formation accelerating. We're witnessing planetary resurrection in real time. Through the wall displays, they watched the world transform. Oceans melted from ice. Forests grew in time-lapse, their leaves colours that had never existed on Earth. Purple and silver and deep crimson. The terraforming pylons hummed with completion energy, and the artificial suns burned steady, painting the planet in permanent light. "How long until we can survive down there?" Mills asked. 72 hours for full atmospheric stabilization, but the ship has landing craft. We can begin descent in... Both checked the data streaming through their shared awareness. 6 hours. Mills looked at the propulsion countdown. 86 hours, 22 minutes, and 37 seconds. 86 hours until they could jump back to the solar system. They didn't have supplies for the journey, didn't have food or water or medical resources beyond minimal emergency reserves. But they had a planet. "We're not going home," he said quietly, "not to anyone. Specific. To everyone. To the collective consciousness they'd become." Pittman's response came through the neural network and through spoken words simultaneously. "We're already home. We just don't recognize it yet." 72 hours after the jump, they detected the signal. Mills was helping establish the first ground camp, modular hab units the ship had fabricated from its internal mass, when Shaw called through the neural network. Not words, just urgent attention direction. He found her in the propulsion gallery staring at a display that showed gravitational distortion patterns. "Something's coming," she said. "Jump signature. Same spatial displacement mechanics this ship uses." "Another Cedar vessel?" "Unknown, but it's big. Mass estimate puts it at 20 kilometers minimum." Shaw pulled up trajectory calculations. "It'll arrive in..." Her expression changed. "Oh, what?" "It's already here." Through the wall displays, space distorted, stars smeared and reformed, and into orbit around their planet materialized a vessel that made the Cedar look like a probe, 60 kilometers long, composed of the same metallic organic material, but darker, more aggressively configured. Where the Cedar was rounded and organic, This ship carried sharp angles, weapon ports. That's a warship, Young said. He joined them, his tactical instincts screaming through the neural network. Military configuration, hunter class or enforcement vessel. Scanning for, Bo stopped. It's hailing us, not radio, direct neural interface transmission. From this distance, the signal is passing through our cedar, using its network to reach our minds. Bose pressed both hands against the interface. Should I accept? Mills felt the collective consciousness decide. No single voice, just 95 minds reaching unified conclusion. Accept it. The neural transmission arrived. Not words, not images, pure conceptual data that translated into human understanding through the Cedar's interpretative systems. The unauthorized planetary restoration detected. Deviation from archive template confirmed. Original civilization protocol violated. Cedar vessel designated for retrieval. Unscheduled biological variables designated for termination. The transmission ended. Mills felt the collective consciousness fragment momentarily. 95 minds experiencing individual fear before recohering into unified response. They're going to destroy us, Page said. The original civilization. They built the Cedar, and they built that enforcement ship, and we violated their restoration protocol. We had no choice, Young countered. We adapted to survive. They don't care about our survival. They care about preserving their archived species. Page stared at the warship. We're contamination. They're going to sterilize us. Then we fight, Young said. With what? We're 95 humans with small arms and a terraforming vessel. That thing out there is a warship built by a civilization that can manipulate gravity like we manipulate clay. Mills felt the Cedar's awareness shift. Not fear. It didn't experience emotion the way they did, but something like acceptance. It had violated protocol. It had prioritized unscheduled intelligence over archive preservation. According to its creator's laws, it had committed crime. It was prepared to accept termination. No, Mills said aloud. Through the neural network, his conviction resonated across 95 minds. We don't accept this. Sir, we don't have... I'm not talking about weapons. Mills placed both hands against the ship's interface. I'm talking about communication. That warship sent a neural transmission, which means it has consciousness, intelligence, the capacity to understand. Understand what? Bose asked. Why we chose what we chose. Why the Cedar accommodated us. Why adaptation matters more than archive preservation. Mills looked at the planet below, at purple forests and crimson oceans and clouds that carried genetic memory of a dozen extinct species. We show them what we built. We show them compromise. They won't care, Page said. Their protocol is absolute. Then we change their protocol. Mills extended his consciousness through the Cedar's neural network, reaching toward the warship. We show them that intelligence, any intelligence, deserves the chance to advocate for itself. He felt resistance. The warship's AI was hardened against infiltration, designed to resist neural compromise. But 95 human minds thinking in collective harmony carried something the AI hadn't anticipated: creativity, adaptability, the capacity to communicate through emotional resonance instead of pure logic. Mills pushed the memory of their choice through the connection, not data, experience, the weight of choosing survival over archive preservation, the guilt of erasing extinct species, the commitment to honouring what they'd destroyed. He felt the warship's AI process it, evaluate, calculate probability of deception. Then, slowly, it began to understand. Not agreement, but recognition that the choice had been made with awareness of its cost, that 95 minds had achieved unanimous consensus, the same collective harmony the original civilization valued. The warship's weapon ports powered down. A new transmission arrived. Cedar vessel protocol violation. Acknowledged. Unscheduled intelligence. Collective harmony. Confirmed. Adaptation. Precedent. Recognized. Enforcement. Action. Suspended. Monitoring status. Ongoing. Deviation from archived template. Provisionally accepted. The warship remained in orbit, watching, waiting to see what they'd build, but not destroying them. Mills felt the collective consciousness exhale, 95 minds releasing tension they'd held since the warship's arrival. "What just happened?" Young asked. "We survived," Pittman said. "Again." "No." Mills looked at the planet below, at the civilization they'd have to build, at the warship that would judge their every choice. "We bought time, proved we're worth monitoring instead of terminating, but we're on probation now. Everything we do, every choice we make, they're watching." "Then we better make good choices," Page said. 94 hours after the jump, the propulsion system reactivated. Mills stood in the propulsion gallery with the core leadership, Young, Pittman, Bose, Shaw, Page. The countdown had reached 0. The gravitational manipulation systems were ready. They could jump back to the solar system. "We don't have supplies," Bose said quietly. "The jump itself is instantaneous, but we'd arrive in solar orbit with no food, no water, and no guarantee Pathfinder 9 could reach us before we starve. We're equipped for a 4-hour boarding operation. Even if we jump back immediately, coordinating rescue could take months. Half the crew would die waiting." "We could send a delegation," Young suggested, 10 people. "Minimal resource consumption. Jump back, report our status, request rescue. And leave 85 people here without the ship's protection, with that warship watching?" Mills shook his head. "We stay together." "Then we're staying permanently," Pittman said. "Once we commit to the planet, once we establish full settlement infrastructure, we lose the option to return." Mills looked at each of them. Through the neural network he felt their thoughts, not invasively, but as ambient awareness. Young wanted to go home, wanted to report to Earth Command, wanted to believe they could resume their old lives. Pittman was already thinking in generational terms, planning education systems for children they hadn't conceived yet. Bose was fascinated by the hybrid biosphere developing below. Shaw was calculating construction timelines for a permanent settlement. And Page was mourning the species they'd erased while simultaneously cataloguing the new ecosystem taking root. "We take a vote," Mills said. "Full crew, neural network consensus. Do we attempt to return with decimated crew, or do we commit to this world?" The collective consciousness assembled. 95 minds considering the question from 95 perspectives, then harmonizing into unified evaluation. The vote took 3 minutes. Unanimous. They were staying. "All right." Mills felt the decision settle into his bones. "Then we're not Space Force personnel anymore. We're not a military expedition. We're..." He searched for the word. "Founders." "I hate that word," Page said. "It sounds like conquest." "Then what do we call ourselves?" Page looked at the planet through the viewport, at forests that grew from genetic templates of a dozen extinct civilizations, at oceans that carried microbial memory of species humanity would never meet. "Inheritors," he said finally. "We inherited this world from the dead, and we carry responsibility for what we've taken." Mills nodded. "Inheritors, then." He turned to the propulsion interface and placed his hand against it. Through the neural network he felt the ship's awareness. Ancient, patient, no longer lonely. "Thank you," he said to it, "for choosing us, for teaching us, for giving us a second chance." The ship didn't respond in words, but its bioluminescent veins pulsed with something Mills recognized. Contentment. He withdrew his hand from the interface and turned to his people. Not his crew, not his subordinates, his people. "Let's go home," he said. And together, 95 minds harmonized. They descended toward the planet that would define every generation that followed. 7 days after landing, the planet tried to reject them. Mills woke to alarms, not ship systems, but biological alerts from the monitoring stations Page's team had established across the settlement perimeter. Through the neural network, he felt 95 minds snap to alerts simultaneously. Outside the modular hab units, the forest was moving, not swaying in, wind, moving. The purple leaf trees they'd catalogued as passive photosynthetic organisms had uprooted themselves during the night. Root systems that should have anchored them deep in soil now writhed like tentacles, pulling the trees forward in slow, deliberate progression, toward the human settlement. "Defensive perimeter," Young's voice carried across the comm and through the neural links simultaneously. "All personnel to—" "Belay that." Mills stepped outside, barefoot on alien soil that felt warm and slightly wrong against his skin. "They're not attacking. Look at the pattern." The trees were forming a circle, not enclosing the settlement, surrounding it, creating a living barrier between the human structures and something beyond. Through the neural network, Bose's analytical voice. "Check the atmospheric readings. Carbon dioxide spike from grid sector 7. Mills pulled up the environmental data on his forearm display. Sector 7 showed CO2 levels 3 times normal, background, and rising. "Something's burning," Shaw said. She joined him outside, her engineering scanner painting thermal data across the pre-dawn sky. "No visible flame, but I'm reading exothermic reactions consistent with—" She stopped. Oh no. "What?" "The original template species. The silicon-based organisms we thought we'd overridden. Some of them deployed anyway. They're metabolizing the trace minerals we seeded into the soil and producing sulfur dioxide as waste product. It's toxic to our oxygen-nitrogen matrix." "How toxic?" "At current production rates, lethal concentration in 48 hours. Mills felt the collective consciousness process that. 95 minds simultaneously calculating survival odds, resource allocation, evacuation scenarios, and fear. Individual variations on the same terror. They destroyed one biosphere to create another, and now both were dying. "The trees know," Page said. He'd approached the nearest one, his hand against its bark. The purple surface pulsed with bioluminescent veins that matched the cedar's patterns. They're responding to atmospheric contamination, creating a barrier to protect the oxygen-producing zone. "Trees don't make tactical decisions," Young said. "These do. The genetic matrices aren't simple plant DNA. They carry distributed intelligence protocols, defensive adaptation mechanisms." Page's expression was strange, awed and horrified. "We didn't inherit a dead world. We inherited a learning ecosystem, and it's trying to survive us." Through the neural network, Mills felt the Cedar's awareness shift. The ship remained in orbit, monitoring, but its attention had focused planet-side. Not hostile, concerned. It had seeded countless worlds. But this hybrid template, human biology merged with extinct alien species, was unprecedented, even for a vessel millions of years old. "The ship is accessing historical data," Bose transmitted. "Previous integration attempts between incompatible biological systems. Success rate is 17%, and the other 83%? Complete biosphere collapse. Both systems poison each other until the planet returns to sterile conditions." Mills looked at the settlement. 7 days of construction. Hab modules, water reclamation systems, agricultural test plots where they'd tried planting earthseeds in alien soil. Young's security team had even started building a perimeter wall. All of it potentially worthless in 48 hours. "Options," he said aloud. We could evacuate to orbit, Shaw suggested. Live on the Cedar until the planetary chemistry stabilizes. With what supplies? We fabricated everything for ground operations. The ship's mass is depleted. Then we eliminate the silicon-based contamination, Young said. Targeted eradication. We locate the organisms producing sulfur dioxide and destroy them. That's genocide, Page snapped. Those are the last remnants of the original species, the ones we promised to honour. They're killing us. They don't know we exist. They're just metabolizing. It's not hostile, it's alive. The argument rippled through the neural network, fracturing the collective consciousness. Mills felt it fragmenting. Some minds aligned with Young's survival first pragmatism, others with Page's ethical preservation stance. The trees moved closer, not threatening, protective, as if the hybrid ecosystem recognized the humans were the vulnerable component now. Mills closed his eyes and reached through the neural link, not to the other humans, to the ship. The Cedar's awareness was vast, patient, and currently calculating biosphere compatibility matrices at speeds human cognition couldn't match. Mills felt it processing millions of variables: atmospheric chemistry, metabolic rates, genetic mutation potential, evolutionary adaptation timelines. Can we survive this? He asked it. The response came as pure data, translated through their neural interface into something approximating hope. Unknown. No precedent exists. But adaptation is universal principle. Life finds equilibrium or it ends. You must choose. Force equilibrium or allow natural selection. Natural selection will kill us. Perhaps. Or perhaps you evolve faster. Mills opened his eyes. Through the purple forest, artificial sunlight was beginning to crest the horizon. The suns burned steady now, their synchronized orbit painting the planet in perpetual dawn. We don't fight it, he said. We adapt to it. Sir, we're human, Young protested. We can't just evolve on command. No, but we can modify our behavior, change our metabolic impact, find symbiosis instead of dominance. Mills looked at Page. You said the ecosystem is learning. Can we teach it? Page stared at him. Teach it what? That we're not invasive, that we can coexist, that we're willing to change our colony footprint to accommodate the silicon-based organisms. How? The neural network. We're connected to the ship. The ship is connected to the genetic matrices it deployed. If we can extend our consciousness through that network. You want to communicate with an ecosystem, Bose said slowly. Not individual organisms. The entire planetary biosphere is a distributed intelligence. Yes, that's insane. So was integrating with an alien ship. So was deploying a hybrid template. So was everything we've done since we boarded this vessel. Mills felt conviction harden. We've already crossed every line that separated human from alien. One more won't kill us. The sulfur dioxide might, Young muttered. Then we do it fast. 23 hours after the contamination alert, they attempted planetary neural integration. The Cedar had descended from orbit, settling into the valley adjacent to the settlement. Its massive hull created an artificial mountain, bioluminescent veins pulsing with the same rhythm as the surrounding forest. 95 people stood at its base, hands pressed against its surface. This wasn't like integrating with the ship. That had been cognitive expansion. Human minds touching structured alien intelligence. This was ecological immersion. They were trying to merge consciousness with billions of organisms across an entire planetary biosphere. Atmospheric sulfur dioxide at 43% lethal threshold, Shaw reported. Her voice was calm, but Mills felt her fear through the neural link. We have maybe 30 hours before breathing becomes unsustainable. Everyone ready? Mills asked. Through the network, 95 affirmatives resonated in harmony. Then let's meet our planet. The Cedar activated its planetary interface protocols. Energy cascaded down its hull, spreading into the soil, racing through root systems and microbial networks, connecting every living thing in a 10-kilometre radius. Mills felt his consciousness explode, not painfully, but overwhelmingly. His awareness expanded from a single point to distributed existence across thousands of organisms simultaneously. He was the purple trees, their roots drinking mineral-rich water. He was the crimson algae coating the ocean's surface, converting starlight to chemical energy through mechanisms Earth biology had never evolved. He was the silicon-based organisms deep underground, their metabolic processes producing sulfur dioxide as naturally as humans exhaled carbon dioxide. None of it was hostile. None of it knew humans existed. The silicon organisms weren't invaders. They were indigenous. They'd been designated for this world millions of years ago, encoded in the original restoration template. They had as much right to exist here as the oxygen-breathing species. More, perhaps. This had been their planet first. Through the collective human consciousness, Mills felt Page's anguish intensify, felt Young's tactical frustration at facing a problem that couldn't be shot, felt Pittman's social engineering instincts trying to find common ground between chemistries that couldn't coexist, with the contamination someone transmitted. Mills couldn't identify who. The thought came from multiple minds simultaneously. We forced the ship to override its original mission. We're the ones who don't belong. Then we leave, came Young's response. To where? We don't have supplies for interstellar transit. Earth is impossible. Then we die nobly instead of killing another species. No, that was Mills. His consciousness resonated through the network with command authority that transcended rank. Not because he ordered them, but because he'd finally understood what the Cedar had been trying to teach them since the beginning. We don't die, and we don't kill. We change the equation. He pushed his awareness deeper into the planetary network, past the surface organisms, down through soil layers where silicon-based life clustered in thermal vents, their metabolism driven by geothermal heat. They were producing sulfur dioxide because they were consuming sulfur-rich minerals. It was the only energy source available in the deep substrate. But the upper layers, where oxygen-breathing organisms thrived, those layers were rich in different minerals, iron, magnesium, elements the silicon organisms could potentially metabolize if given access. The ecosystem is stratified, Bose transmitted, deep layer silicon organisms, surface layer oxygen organisms. They're not competing, they're occupying different ecological niches. Then why is the sulfur dioxide reaching the surface? Because we disrupted the stratification, Page realized. Our construction. We dug foundations for HAB modules, drilled water wells, broke through the natural barrier layers. We created pathways for deep substrate gases to reach the surface. Mills felt the solution crystallize across 95 minds simultaneously. They didn't need to eliminate the silicon organisms. They needed to restore the geological stratification, seal the pathways their construction had created, let the deep layer and surface layer ecosystems exist in parallel without mixing. Can we do that in 30 hours? Shaw's engineering consciousness was already modelling solutions. With what equipment? We don't use equipment, Mills transmitted. We ask the planet to heal itself. He focused his consciousness on the purple trees. They demonstrated intelligence by forming protective barriers. Could they go further? Could they extend their root systems to fill the gaps human construction had created? Through the neural network, he felt the trees respond, not with words, with intention. They could grow, but growth required resources. Nutrients currently allocated to defensive posturing would need to be redirected. The trees would become vulnerable while they worked. Then we protect them, Mills transmitted. Humans form the perimeter. We guard the ecosystem while it heals. The collective consciousness aligned. Not command structure. Pure cooperation. 95 people withdrew from the Cedar's hull and spread throughout the settlement. They formed defensive positions around the purple trees, weapons ready, not against the planet but against any disruption that might interrupt the healing process. And the trees began to grow. Mills watched roots spread in time-lapse, faster than any earth plant could manage. They followed the pathways human construction had created, filling drill holes and foundation gaps with organic matter that would harden into geological seal. The process took 19 hours. By the 18th hour, atmospheric sulfur dioxide had peaked at 61% lethal threshold. People were breathing through emergency filters, their lungs burning with each inhale. By the 19th hour, the contamination levels began dropping, slowly at first, then accelerating as the root systems completed their barrier network, sealing the deep substrate gases away from surface atmosphere. By the 21st hour, they could breathe unfiltered again. The planet had healed itself, with human cooperation instead of human dominance. Mills collapsed against the Cedar's hull, his body shaking from exhaustion and relief. Through the neural network, he felt 95 other minds experiencing the same collapse. They'd been maintaining consciousness integration for nearly a full day, far beyond any previous attempt, but they'd survived. "We're still contamination," Page transmitted weakly. "We forced this planet to adapt to us instead of accepting its natural state." "No," Mills responded. "We didn't force anything, we asked. And the ecosystem chose to accommodate us because we were willing to change. Is that really different from colonization? Yes, because colonization is one-way imposition. This was negotiation. Through the planetary neural network, still active though fading, Mills felt something that might have been agreement. The hybrid biosphere wasn't Earth, wasn't the original silicon-based world either. It was something new, something that had never existed in billions of years of cosmic history. It was compromise rendered in genetic code. 14 days after landing, they received a transmission from Earth. Not radio. Gravitational wave communication, the same technology the Cedar used for interstellar positioning. The message had been travelling toward their last known location for weeks, desperately trying to reach them. Young brought Mills to the Cedar's communication nexus, where the transmission was being decoded. The gravitational waves carried audio data, compressed and distorted by distance. Captain Soto's voice crackled through. The Pathfinder 9 commander sounded exhausted. Repeating on all frequencies, "Pathfinder 9 to boarding team. If you can hear this, please respond. We have been searching for 9 days. The anomalous object executed spatial translation on March 17th at 04:23 hours. You vanished. No debris, no radiation signature, just gone. Space Force Command has designated you as missing in action. They want to classify the incident, bury it in compartmentalized archives, but I'm not giving up. I've convinced them to authorize a search pattern based on gravitational residue analysis. Mills, if you're alive, if you can hear this, we're looking for you. We haven't stopped. We won't stop. Come home." The transmission ended. Silence filled the chamber. Through the neural network, Mills felt 95 minds processing the same impossible question. Could they go home? The Cedar's propulsion system had been ready for 10 days. They could jump back to the solar system, could attempt to reach the coordinates where Pathfinder 9 was searching. But the supplies problem remained. And now there was something else, something they hadn't fully acknowledged until Soto's voice made it real. They weren't the same people who'd left. "We should respond," Young said quietly. "Let them know we survived." "And tell them what?" Pittman asked. "That we're alive but won't return? That we've integrated with alien consciousness and colonized a rogue planet? That we're legally Space Force personnel who abandoned our mission? We didn't abandon anything. We were stranded." Earth won't see it that way. They'll see 95 personnel who chose an alien world over coming home. Pittman looked around at the faces he'd kept unified through 7 months in space and 14 days of planetary crisis. We'll be court-martialed, or worse, studied, quarantined. Our neural integration will be classified as contamination. Through the network, Mills felt the truth of that resonating. They'd changed in ways Earth Military Command wouldn't understand, wouldn't accept. The neural integration alone violated a dozen protocols about unauthorized cognitive modification. "I want to see my family," someone transmitted. Mills thought it was Ensign Martinez, but the emotional weight made individual identification difficult. "I want to tell my parents I'm alive. Let them know I'm okay." "Are you okay?" came the collective response. Not cruel, genuinely questioning. Are any of us? The question hung in the shared consciousness. They'd survived, adapted, built something unprecedented, but they'd also erased extinct species, violated ancient protocols, and fundamentally altered their own neurology. Okay wasn't a category that applied anymore. "We take a vote," Mills said. "Full consensus. Do we attempt contact with Earth, knowing it might mean surrender of everything we've built, or do we remain silent?" The collective consciousness assembled, 95 minds evaluating the question from every angle. The deliberation took hours. Individual perspectives clashed and harmonized, broke apart and reformed. Mills felt the decision crystallize slowly, like frost forming on glass. When consensus emerged, it surprised him. They would respond, but not with surrender, with invitation. 16 days after landing, they transmitted their response to Earth. Mills stood before the Cedars communication array, the words they'd collectively composed ready to send. Around him, 95 people waited in physical space and neural harmony. He activated the gravitational wave transmitter and spoke. "Pathfinder 9, this is Colonel Austin Mills. Boarding team status, alive. All 95 personnel accounted for. We're not in the solar system. The object you observed was an alien spacecraft, a terraforming vessel designed to restore dead worlds. It executed gravitational translation during our boarding operation and transported us approximately 400 light-years from Sol. We are currently in orbit around a rogue planet designated for restoration. The vessel's AI has integrated with human consciousness to complete its terraforming mission. The process required voluntary neural synchronization. All personnel have integrated. I need you to understand what that means. We are still human, still ourselves, but we're also more. We think collectively while maintaining individual identity. We communicate through neural networks. We experience distributed consciousness across biological and technological systems. Earth Space Force will classify this as contamination, as loss of human autonomy. They will be wrong. We chose integration, unanimously, because it was the only path to survival, and in doing so, we discovered something humanity needs to understand. We're not alone in the universe, and we never were. The vessel's archive logs indicate Earth was surveyed 4 million years ago and designated for silicon-based restoration. Something diverted that mission, something that may have influenced human evolution. We don't know what we are anymore, indigenous species or seeded intelligence. But we know what we've become. We've built a hybrid civilization, human and alien biology coexisting in a planetary ecosystem that has never existed before. We've achieved harmony with an intelligence that predates human history, and we've proven that adaptation is possible. This is not a distress call. This is a report. We are establishing permanent settlement. We request supply drops if Space Force is willing, but we do not require rescue. We have chosen this world. However, we also issue an invitation. Any personnel who wish to join us Scientists, engineers, colonists seeking something beyond Earth boundaries, we will accept them. The Cedar vessel remains functional. It can facilitate transport, and we have proven the integration process is survivable. We are not returning to Earth, but Earth is welcome to come to us. This is Colonel Austin Mills, commanding, no, not commanding, coordinating the Horizon settlement. We are alive, we are human, and we are building something new. End transmission. The gravitational waves carried his words into the void. 400 light-years back toward Earth, toward Pathfinder 9, toward a command structure that would likely classify everything. He just said as evidence of alien compromise. He didn't care. Through the neural network he felt 95 minds aligned in acceptance. They'd chosen honesty over tactical advantage, chosen to risk Earth's rejection rather than hide what they'd become. "What do we do while we wait for response?" Young asked. "We build," Mills said. "We keep building." 6 weeks after landing, the warship's monitoring status changed. Mills was overseeing agricultural expansion, teaching Earth crop genetics, how to thrive in hybrid soil chemistry, when the Cedar's awareness spiked alarm. The enforcement vessel is moving. Through the planetary neural network, 95 minds snapped to alert. The warship had remained in distant orbit since its arrival, watching but not interfering. Now it was descending, not toward the settlement, toward the northern continent, where volcanic activity created thermal vents that supported the deep substrate silicon organisms. "What's it doing?" Shaw transmitted. The answer came from the Cedar. "Deploying original template reinforcement. The enforcement vessel is attempting to restore designated species populations." The warship was trying to complete the mission they'd interrupted, trying to bring back the silicon-based biosphere that should have inherited this world. "That'll destabilize the entire ecosystem," Page transmitted. "We've achieved hybrid equilibrium. Introducing pure original template organisms will poison both systems." "Then we stop them," Young transmitted. "How? That ship is a 60-kilometre warship. We're 95 humans with small arms." Through the neural network, Mills felt panic rising. They'd survived planetary rejection, atmospheric contamination, and supply scarcity. Now they faced the very intelligence that had spared them initially. But something felt wrong. The enforcement vessel's actions were too aggressive, too unilateral. That contradicted everything they'd learned about the original civilization's protocols. They valued consensus, collective harmony, deliberate choice. "Unless they're testing us," Bose transmitted. "Testing what? Whether we'll defend our claim, whether we're willing to advocate for our hybrid ecosystem against their original designation." Mills felt the hypothesis resonate across 95 minds. It made terrible sense. The warship hadn't destroyed them immediately because they demonstrated collective harmony, the same value system the original civilization prized. Now the warship was creating a crisis to see if they'd regress into force-based solutions, or if they'd matured beyond that. "We don't fight," Mills transmitted. "We negotiate." He extended his consciousness through the Cedar's neural network, reaching toward the warship. Its AI was hardened against infiltration, but he wasn't trying to hack it. He was trying to communicate. "We see what you're doing," he transmitted. "You're forcing us to choose between violence and surrender, but we reject both options." The warship's response came as cold data. Planetary designation requires original template restoration. Hybrid deviation is temporary accommodation, not permanent solution. Then make it permanent. Recognize our claim. Acknowledge that intelligence has the right to shape its own environment. You are unscheduled variables. Your claim has no precedent in archive protocols. Then we become precedent. We become the first example of hybrid civilization approved by your protocols. The warship's AI processed that. Mills felt it calculating probability matrices, evaluating precedent expansion against archive preservation imperatives, insufficient evidence of long-term viability. Hybrid systems have 83% collapse rate. Then monitor us, test us, give us the chance to prove we're in the 17% that succeeds. Mills pushed every ounce of conviction through the neural link. Your civilization built the cedar vessels to restore life. We're asking you to recognize that restoration can take forms you didn't anticipate, that life adapts in ways your archives can't predict. We are adaptation. We are what happens when intelligence encounters intelligence across cosmic distance. We're what you built the cedars to enable, silence from the warship. Its descent had stopped, hovering above the northern continent but not deploying its genetic reinforcement. Then, finally, hybrid civilization, status, provisional, monitoring, extended, 1 Earth century, survival requirement, demonstrable ecosystem stability and cross-species, integration protocols. Failure results in planetary sterilization and template reset. The warship reversed course, ascending back to distant orbit. They had 100 years to prove they deserved to exist. Through the neural network, Mills felt the collective consciousness exhale. Relief mixed with understanding of how fragile their claim remained. "A century," Pittman transmitted. "That's 4 generations. Our grandchildren's grandchildren will still be on trial." "Then we better build something worth inheriting," Mills responded. 50 years after landing, Austin Mills died, not from violence or disease, from age. His human biology had limits even neural integration couldn't fully transcend. He died in his sleep, surrounded by the collective consciousness of 1,214 minds. His awareness dispersed gradually, bleeding into the neural network that had sustained him for half a century. He didn't disappear. His thoughts, his memories, his experiences remained encoded in the collective consciousness. Future generations would access them, learn from them, carry them forward. He became memory-made distributed intelligence. His last thought translated through the neural network into words everyone could understand. We're not conquerors. We're not even founders. We're the second draft of an ancient story, and we're making it better than the first. Then he was gone, and everyone. 200 years after landing, the 4th-generation descendants of the original 95 prepared the cedar for departure. Horizon had grown into a confederation of 12 settlements across 5 continents. Population, 14,306. All integrated, all carrying the collective consciousness that bridged human and alien neural architecture. They'd built starships of their own design, hybrid vessels that combined Earth engineering with cedar fabrication technology. They'd explored their stellar neighborhood, catalogued 7 dead worlds suitable for restoration. Now they were ready to seed their first planet. The mission commander was Sophia Martinez Banks, 70 years old and descended from the first generation born on Horizon. She'd never seen Earth, never breathed unintegrated air, never experienced consciousness that didn't extend into collective awareness. She stood before the cedar, the ancient vessel that had brought her ancestors to this world, and felt its patient intelligence through the neural link. "You ready for this?" her co-commander asked. Kai Pittman, grandson of Spencer Pittman, carrying his ancestors' gift for social harmony. "No," Sophia said honestly, "but we're doing it anyway." The cedar pulsed agreement. They departed Horizon orbit carrying 500 volunteers. Behind them, the planet they'd proven viable continued its endless experiment in hybrid existence. Ahead, a dead world waited for resurrection. And in distant orbit, unnoticed by anyone, a warship materialized briefly. It observed Sophia's vessel, recorded its trajectory, calculated probability matrices for its mission success. Then it transmitted a message back through the cosmic network that connected all Cedar vessels across the galaxy. New precedent established. Hybrid civilization. Horizon has initiated independent restoration mission. Classification. Successful evolution. Status. No longer experimental. Recommendation. Monitor other. Hybrid civilizations for similar developmental patterns. Humanity designation. Update. From restoration target to restoration agent. They have become what they were meant to become. The warship jumped away, leaving Horizon to write its own future. Somewhere in the vast darkness between stars, 95 human consciousnesses had merged with alien intelligence and created something the universe had never seen. Not conquest, not surrender, adaptation. And across the galaxy, dead worlds waited for the second draft to arrive.